Welcome to this first training session. Please wait for everything to load properly. I will be sitting here behind the console, controlling the flow and giving you instructions. Now these lessons are designed to be short and sweet, without overwhelming you with too many details, and generally focusing on one thing at a time. With the exception of a few like startup, shutdown, and landing, because those would be difficult to split into shorter lessons. Okay, remember, this is a simulator, so don't worry if you jack something up. In separate sessions, we'll cover all the basics like systems, procedures, and weapons. Alright, now let's begin with starting her up. You will be working your way around the cockpit starting from left to right. It might not necessarily be the order advised by our official manuals, but it's a time-sacred and battle-proven way of doing things, and you wouldn't like to be the one breaking tradition, right? On the left side, mic switch to on. Anti-collision lights to on. Position lights to 3. Set the conformal tank switch to the stop transfer position. Next, set both inlet ramp switches to auto. Okay, moving on. Turn on all 3 cast switches, yaw, roll, and pitch. Check that the anti-skid is in the norm, hook is up, landing gear handle is down, master arm is off, and jettison buttons are not pushed in. Set the oxygen switch to on. 100% oxygen will help that raging hangover headache you have. Turn the left and right generator switches to on. Make sure that the emergency generator switch is in the auto position. Set the left and right engine control switches to on. JFS starter switch to on. Lift the covers on the left and right engine master switch. Set both switches to on. Place the covers back down. Set the ECS switch to auto. Without it, your avionics won't get any cooling and may shut down or even get damaged. Make sure that the bleed valves are set to both. Alright, now on to the actual engine start. Pull and release the JFS handle. The starter ready light has to come up within 10 seconds. Make sure to left click on the handle, as right clicking will turn it. We're about to go to the warning system checks. I will continue with my instructions either after all the audible warnings are played, which will take some time, or after they are silenced with the VW tone silence switch. Press it now so that you are familiar with its location. Check the fire warning system by placing the fire extinguisher switch in the test position. AMAD fire light should come on and an audible warning should be heard.
Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire.
Let's move to the right engine start. Raise and release the finger lift on the right throttle. Wait for the engine monitor to come online, which will happen at around 15% RPM. Observe the engine indications and wait for it to stabilize at around 26%. Check the fire warning system again by placing the fire extinguisher switch in the test position. This time AMAD and both engine fire lights should come on.
Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire.
Now move the right throttle to the idle position to start pumping fuel to the engine. It takes around 10 seconds for the RPM to start raising further. At between 55 to 60%, the JFS will disengage, the main generator will come online, and the right ramp will drop down. You should once again check the fire warning system by pressing the fire extinguisher switch down. All warning lights should now be on, including the right and left burn through. Welcome to this first training session. Please wait for everything to load properly. I will be sitting here behind the console, controlling the flow and giving you instructions. Now these lessons are designed to be short and sweet, without overwhelming you with too many details, and generally focusing on one thing at a time. With the exception of a few like startup, shutdown, and landing, because those would be difficult to split into shorter lessons. Okay, remember, this is a simulator, so don't worry if you jack something up. In separate sessions, we'll cover all the basics like systems, procedures, and weapons. Alright, now let's begin with starting her up. You will be working your way around the cockpit starting from left to right. It might not necessarily be the order advised by our official manuals, but it's a time-sacred and battle-proven way of doing things, and you wouldn't like to be the one breaking tradition, right? On the left side, mic switch to on. Anti-collision lights to on. Position lights to 3. Set the conformal tank switch to the stop transfer position. Next, set both inlet ramp switches to auto. Okay, moving on, turn on all 3 cast switches, yaw, roll, and pitch. Check that the anti-skid is in the norm, hook is up, landing gear handle is down, master arm is off, and jettison buttons are not pushed in. Set the oxygen switch to on. Your Wizzo had Mongolian barbecue last night and you don't want to be smelling that. Turn the left and right generator switches to on. Make sure that the emergency generator switch is in the auto position. Set the left and right engine control switches to on. JFS starter switch to on. Lift the covers on the left and right engine master switch. Set both switches to on. Place the covers back down. Set the ECS switch to auto. Without it, your avionics won't get any cooling and may shut down or even get damaged. Make sure that the bleed valves are set to both. Alright, now on to the actual engine start. Pull and release the JFS handle. The starter ready light has to come up within 10 seconds. Make sure to left click on the handle as right clicking will turn it. We're about to go to the warning system checks. I will continue with my instructions either after all the audible warnings are played, which will take some time, or after they are silenced with the BW tone silence switch. Press it now so that you are familiar with its location. Check the fire warning system by placing the fire extinguisher switch in the test position. AMAD fire light should come on and an audible warning should be heard.
Warning, AMAD, fire.
Let's move to the right engine start. Raise and release the finger lift on the right throttle. Wait for the engine monitor to come online, which will happen at around 15% RPM. Observe the engine indications and wait for it to stabilize at around 26%. Check the fire warning system again by placing the fire extinguisher switch in the test position. This time AMAD and both engine fire lights should come on.
Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, right. Warning, engine.
Now move the right throttle to the idle position to start pumping fuel. It takes around 10 seconds for the RPM to start raising further. At between 55 to 60%, the JFS will disengage, the main generator will come online, and the right ramp will drop down. You should once again check the fire warning system by pressing the fire extinguisher
AMAD,
switch
fire.
down.
Warning,
All warning
AMAD,
lights should
fire.
now be on,
Warning,
including the right
engine,
and left
fire,
burn through.
left. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, right. Warning, engine, fire, right.
Close the canopy by pushing the canopy handle to the down position. Now lock it by pushing the handle fully forward. Now it's time to start the left engine. Raise and release the finger lift on the left throttle. Again, watch the engine indications. When RPM reaches 26%, push the left throttle to idle. At around 60% RPM, the left ramp should drop down. Turn on the UFC by rotating the brightness knob clockwise. Turn on both radios by pushing the channel selector knobs. Turn on both MPDs and the MPCD. Turn on the HUD by cranking the brightness knob clockwise to the desired intensity. Check the warning and caution lights by pressing and holding the lights test switch. Let's move to the sensors panel now. Set the radar altimeter to on. Set the terrain following radar to standby. Set the radar knob to on. Turn on the nav FLIR switch. Set the INS alignment knob to GC align. A GC no taxi legend is now displayed on the HUD. The alignment process should take around 4 minutes. Let's set up the remaining lights. Vertical tail floodlight to on, and formation lights to 3. At this stage you would perform a flight controls check, but you need a crew chief for that. We won't go ahead and pretend we have one since this is a sim, but I do encourage you to watch Notso's startup video on the Razbam channel to see how it should work. This is also a good moment to set up your screens and PAX programs, but both things will be covered by a separate training lesson. Okay, we're almost ready. Set the conformal tank switch back to transfer. Set the fuel knob to conformal tank's position. Check the total fuel quantity and set the bingo as desired, say to 3,000 pounds with the bingo fuel knob. uncage the standby attitude indicator. Normally you would also set the altimeter to the airfield elevation using the knob. Remember that standard setting is 2992, and you should set that whenever you pass the transition altitude in a specific FAA or ICAO region that you're operating in. Alright, check that the GC OK is displayed on the HUD, and if it is, turn the INS knob to nav.
Hey, I appreciate that follow. Still on hold. Okay, it was talking about my ramp switches earlier because I bumped those up. What, baby? Guess my INS is still going. My baby. What? Oh, yeah. You tell your sister to come here. Tell Zoe to come here, please. Go get her. I guess this is an AC event. That's cool. Hey, baby. Will you put me some ice in here and pour me some Coke? Thank you. What? Huh? No, I'm almost out. Okay, I gotta reset my view. There we go. Why is it still on hold? It says it only takes like... Hold. Alright, check that the GCOK is displayed on the HUD. No, it says hold. Thanks, baby. Don't press that, please. What you mean? The jet? With these? No. I'm still setting it up, so once I get it going, I'll let you do it. Romeo, Lima Delta. Romeo, Lima. Sit, Romeo. I guess that's because I ain't got cockpits there. Need to toggle them, but I guess it doesn't have no toggle. I didn't cut the little fucking navigation compass right there. It's my NWS. That is my nose steering, ain't it? Nose wheel steering. All right, INS. Let's load up. Come on, man. My phone. Look it up. See if there's any problems with it. Again, this is just the beta. So things like that can and will happen. DC stuff on. But oh, people are having trouble. My daughter touching my throttle, messed it up.
And that's it. In the next lesson, we'll cover taxi and takeoff procedures. I also promise that from now on, these lessons will be much shorter and more to the point, keeping them at 10 minutes maximum.
It wasn't bad. Oh, this is the next fun part. Okay, you gonna end it for me, buddy? Like a car. I can see there, so I'd probably want that about right there. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, definitely don't want it there. My head's in the way. All I had to do is click on it, though. So nice. Yeah, looking sexy. Yeah. uh, I'm too tall to fly, I guess. Honestly, not really. All right. Well, got past the startup. Not much to start that up. Oh, yeah, just don't make a mess. What? What? Oh yeah. All right. Let's go to the next. Back. Toe brakes. I mean, I guess those are my toe brakes. Whoa.
Welcome back. Please wait for the mission to load properly. Today you will practice taxiing, taking off, and climbing in the F-15E. And no, I don't mean climbing into the Strike Eagle, but rather getting to the desired altitude as efficiently as possible. I've loaded the mission with the aircraft hot on the parking spot and ready for taxi. Okay, first release the parking brake. Slightly advance the throttle, and as the aircraft starts to roll, test the toe brakes. Now, advance the throttle again, and as the aircraft starts rolling, steer left and right to check the nose wheel steering. Then stop again. Check all the warning and caution lights. Normally you would contact the tower and request taxi clearance, so let's assume I
Warning,
just did.
AMAD,
We'll taxi
fire.
to runway
Warning,
23 left.
AMAD, fire.
Gently push the
Warning,
throttles,
engine,
taxi out,
fire,
and turn
left.
to left.
Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, right. Warning, engine, fire, right. AB burn through, left. AB burn through, left. AB burn through, right. AB burn through, right.
You can increase your turn rate by pressing and holding the nose wheel steering button on the stick. Try it now if you want.
Wait, you can.
Pay close attention to taxi speed. Remember that if the aircraft is light, it will have a tendency to accelerate even with very little power. If it's heavy,
My dog's hair I cut it. My dog's hair I cut.
Baby, no. You don't do that. Give me the scissors. Give me the scissors. Give me the scissors. Oh, no. NWS. We use this as nose wheel.
you should perform all turns at minimum practical speed and maximum practical radius. Okay, stop here. Now re-engage the parking brake. Confirm the inlet ramp switches are in auto. Check that the ejection control safety lever is armed. Check for free and correct flight control movements. Make sure that the flap switch is set to down. Now push the takeoff trim button and hold it until the light turns on and an audible warning is heard.
Yaw rate. Yaw rate.
Check that the canopy is closed and locked.
Okay, now I need to go controls. Go flaps. Flaps. Or do I want to do it clear? Flaps down. Flaps up. Fun. Landing gear. Do landing gear at the other side. Down. And then up. Okay.
Now turn on the radar by placing the knob in the on position. Set the pitot and engine heat switches as required. If you don't expect icing conditions, you can leave the engine heat off. Check that the INS knob is set to nav. Landing light on. With that, you're ready to enter the active runway. Again, normally you would request clearance from the tower before doing so. Release the parking brake. Enter the runway and try and line up down the center line.
Pretty fucking close, ain't it?
apply the toe brakes and hold them. And this is why you should never skip leg day at the gym. Advance the throttles to 82% and check the instrument and warning caution lights. Also, verify the engine monitor display and check that the FTIT and oil pressure rise above idle. Fuel flow is above 4,000 pounds per hour and nozzle position is around 20% open.
Where is my fucking nozzle position? Oh, right there. Goes to about 80%.
When satisfied, release the brakes and advance throttles to mill or max power, depending on the gross weight of the aircraft.
Oh.
As you reach rotation speed, right about now, gently pull the stick until the W symbol on the HUD intercepts the 10-degree line on the pitch ladder. If the nose wants to go up, trim it down until you're happy. Raise your gear. And flaps. Climb out keeping 350 knots indicated airspeed until you reach 0.90 Mach in mill power. Then keep 0.90 Mach until you reach the cruise altitude. Alright, well done. This concludes the taxi and takeoff part of the training.
Okay, so I need to fix my trim, my pitch and trims. Ah. Wrong stick. Left wing down, we'll do that. Right wing down, we'll do that. Nose down, do that. Oh, okay. So that.
Over G. Over G.
You know how to play in VR?
Yeah.
One time, one day, whenever I'm like 13 years old, I think, yeah. Whenever I'm 13 years old, can I use your VR?
You'll probably have your own then. So you'll probably have your own by then. Probably buy you one, baby. Maybe. If you still want one at that time. Be behind you much.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Yeah, I'm about to pull up. I got this, bro.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Low altitude. 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 Low altitude.
Barely any power. This bitch got some power, bro. I ain't even. What about idle? Still fucking rolling about 450. I was gonna try it, bro. No, fuck that.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
See, he pulls up in the rudders. So we run in and then pulls
Over G. Over G. Yaw rake. Yaw rake.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Low
Pull up, pull up.
altitude.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you disappointed at me? Because you're cutting your toy's hair, baby. Don't do that. All right. This is only for paper when you're coloring. Love you. Okay. Feelings. All right. You know that goes. Alright, I'm back. Weird, there was no landing. The fire's tripping.
Welcome back. Please wait for everything to load properly. I have paused the simulation so you can fully focus on the task at hand. Today we will learn how to take command of displays in the front cockpit. Give me a second to set everything up properly for you.
Probably gotta fix my headset.
There, that's better. The process itself is very simple. You will be using the castle switch on your stick. Yes, the very stick you can't see on the screen to do that. You can take command of the HUD, left MPD, right MPD, and the bottom MPCD. Let's start with the displays. To take control of the MPD or MPCD, press and hold the castle switch on your stick in the direction of the display you want to use until 4 short vertical lines show at the bottom of the given screen. Feel free to practice as I talk about the details. So as an example, to take control of the air-to-air radar on the left MPD, hold the castle switch left until the command marks appear. If you want to control the lantern pod, currently displayed on the MPCD, hold the castle switch aft. Chances are that you already messed something up, and now you can see the Tactical Electronic Warfare System, or TEWS in short, on the right MPD and the ADI on the MPCD.
Let's can't quit, yeah, and start that back up. Which one's my castle? That? See? Hold on a sec. Just controls. Go ahead and switch those. There. Up is down. That's crazy. Up, no, down. Oh, I need to clear all this. Clear. Ah. Clear.
Welcome back. Please wait for everything to load properly. I have paused the simulation so you can fully focus on the task at hand. Today we will learn how to take command of displays in the front cockpit. Give me a second to set everything up properly for you.
What?
There, that's better. The process itself is very simple. You will be using the castle switch on your stick. Yes, the very stick you can't see on the screen to do that. take command of the HUD, left MPD, right MPD, and the bottom MPCD. Let's start with the displays. To take control of the MPD or MPCD, press and hold the castle switch on your stick in the direction of the display you want to use until 4 short vertical lines show at the bottom of the given screen. Feel free to practice as I talk about the details.
Hold on, baby. Oh, nice. Ha. App or left, rest, right, trigger. I don't know what the fuck a paddle switch is.
So as an example, to take control of the air-to-air radar on the left MPD, hold the castle switch left until the command marks appear. If you want to control the lantern pod, currently displayed on the MPCD, hold the castle switch aft. Chances are that you already messed something up, and now you can see the Tactical Electronic Warfare System, or TEWS in short, on the right MPD,
I love you.
and ADI on the MPCD. That's because you short press the castle switch right and or aft, respectively.
You're pretty.
Use the push button 11 to bring up the menu, and then select AG radar again on the right MPD and TGP on ADI. Not all displays can be commanded. Those that provide information only, like the engine page or HSI, won't cooperate, and neither will the HUD repeater. Speaking of which, taking command of the HUD is a little different. Let me know when you're happy with the MPDs, and yeah, I know it's not rocket science, and are ready to move on to the HUD. Alright, so to take command of the HUD, you have to first press the castle switch down. Down, not aft, mind you. And then short push it forward. If you do this correctly, you'll see the in command queue just above the Mach number on the left side of the HUD.
Wait, what?
If you don't, you'll notice that you're changing the master mode between air-to-air and air-to-ground, because this is what happens when you just push the castle switch forward without properly pressing it down first. It all seems straightforward, but takes some time getting used to, so go ahead and practice. In the next lesson, we will go a bit deeper into the displays and learn how to program them and set them up for various master modes. Probably thinking, why is this guy wasting my time teaching me to push one button at a time with the sim pause? Well, I'll tell you, because if you don't adopt the crawl, walk, run attitude, you're going to have a difficult time learning how to properly fly this beast. So just trust me on this one, okay? Alright, good job.
I've got to start over.
Welcome back. Please wait for everything to load properly. I have paused the simulation so that you can fully focus on the task at hand. Today we will learn how to take command of displays in the front cockpit. Give me a second to set everything up properly for you.
Right, so that's
There, that's better. The process
before I start. Maybe.
itself is very simple. You will be using the castle switch on your stick. Yes, the very stick you can't see on the screen to do that. You can take command of the HUD, left MPD, right MPD, and the bottom MPCD. Let's start with the displays. To take control of the MPD or MPCD, press and hold the castle switch on your stick in the direction of the display you want to use until 4 short vertical lines show at the bottom of the given screen. Feel free to practice as I talk about the details. So as an example, to take control of the air-to-air radar on the left MPD, hold the castle switch left until the command marks appear. If you want to control the lantern pod, currently displayed on the MPCD, hold the castle switch aft. Chances are that you already messed something up, and now you can see the Tactical Electronic Warfare System, or TEWS in short, on the right MPD and ADI on the MPCD. That's because you short press the castle switch right and or aft, respectively. Use the push button 11 to bring up the menu, and then select AG radar again on the right MPD and TGP on ADI. Not all displays can be commanded. Those that provide information only, like the engine page or HSI, won't cooperate, and neither will the HUD repeater. Speaking of which, taking command of the HUD is a little different. Let me know when you're happy with the MPDs, and yeah, I know it's not rocket science, and are ready to move on to the HUD. Alright, so to take command of the HUD, you have to first press the castle switch down. Down, not aft, mind you, and then short push it forward.
Love you too,
If
baby.
you do this correctly, you'll see the in command queue just above the Mach number on the left side of the HUD. If you don't, you'll notice that you're changing the master mode between air-to-air and air-to-ground, because this is what happens when you just push the castle switch forward without properly pressing it down first.
Oh. Alright.
It all seems straightforward, but takes some time getting used to, so go ahead and practice. In the next lesson, we will go a bit deeper into the displays and learn how to program them and set them up for various master modes.
I mean, I did that. So you go here.
Probably thinking, why is this guy wasting my time teaching me to push one button at a time with the sim pause? Well, I'll tell you, because if you don't adopt the crawl, walk, run attitude, you're going to have a difficult time learning how to properly fly this beast. So just trust me on this one, okay? Alright, good job.
I'm good. I understand that controlling. It's easy. It's long, long, long. That's my air to ground. That's my air. Ah, baby. Right, so if I long push, hold, or and do it. Okay. Keep on. Okay, so that's just my air to ground. Well, that's cool because that's just tied into that. So I can go AA or AG just like that. It's perfect. I like that. Alright. Next one. I love you too, baby. It's kind of dark out here.
Welcome to this training mission, in which we will cover programming and scrolling through MPDs and MPCDs. Please wait for everything to load properly. A very handy feature of the Strike Eagle is the ability to program all of the displays, which will allow you to switch through them with a flick of a finger, literally. On top of that, you can set them up specifically for each master mode, but we'll cover that in a different lesson.
Okay.
Let's say we want to have navigation-related data on the left MPD. Go ahead and press push button 11 to access the menu 1 page.
Okay. Oh. Come on.
To program the displays, you have to box the program legend above push button 6. Press it now. With program boxed, you can choose 3 displays across all 3 menus and set them up in any order you like. Except, since I'm the instructor today, we're going to set them up the way I like. Anyway, to do so, simply press the push buttons next to the displays you want to program. Select HSI as your first screen with push button 3. You see that your selection and its sequence number is now displayed in the middle of the screen. Next, select 2s with push button 13. Third, press ADI with push button 1. On second thought, 2s is not that useful for navigation. Fortunately, it's very easy to deselect any of the screens. Just press their respective push button once again. 13 in this case. Do it now. 2s disappeared from the list. Note that ADI did not move up. You just have a free slot number 2. Let's fill it with Tactical Situation Display. Push button 5. To leave programming mode, simply press push button 6 to unbox the program legend.
So now I can.
Good. Now let's move to the right MPD, where we will set up our radars and weapons. Press push button 11 to bring up the menu. Now press push button 6 to enter programming mode. First select air-to-air radar with push button 15. Next select air-to-ground radar with push button 14. Third, I want you to add the air-to-ground delivery page, which is under menu 2. Therefore, you need to press push button 11 first to access it. Now press push button 2 to fill up the list. Good. Deselect program with push button 6. Finally, the MPCD. Let's get that stick out of the way. That's better. Enter the menu by pressing push button 11. Now enable programming with push button 6. Select T-Pod, 2s, and armament pages in any order you like. Good. Deselect program by pressing push button 6. Now let's move on to the last part of this lesson, where we talk about scrolling through programmed displays. You do this by short pressing the castle switch towards the display you want to change. For the left MPD, each actuation of the castle switch left will move you through your program displays in sequence from 1 to 3 and then back to 1. Try it now. For the right MPD, the first actuation will bring up the twos page. Subsequent ones will scroll through the displays you set up. Note that if there's a pause longer than 5 seconds between presses, the next one will bring up the twos page again. For the MPCD, the first actuation of the castle switch down will bring up the ADI page. Then things will work just like the right MPD. Very good. That's it for this lesson. Setting up the displays the way you want them in both the front and the back seat, which we'll cover in another lesson, reduces the workload and makes it easier for you to stay in front of the jet when things start getting dicey out there. And let's be honest, it gives you something to do on those long, boring flights where nothing ever happens. Wish they would implement some version of Battleship that you can play with your Wizzo. Maybe they'll add that later along with the sniper pod. We can only hope.
This is a little cedar. So that was it. I haven't. What the hell?
Welcome to this short training mission in which you will learn how to assign your multi-purpose displays to one of the 3 master modes: air-to-air, air-to-ground, and nav. Being in the correct master mode is necessary to be able to use some of the jet's functions, but what we're about to learn today is just a handy shortcut to make your office much tidier and your work much more efficient. Let me first prepare everything, then we'll talk about how to set up your displays, and finally, how to use them in practice. In order to program the displays to specific master modes, you first have to program 3 pages for each display, just like we did in the previous lesson. Give me a second to do just that. Once I'm ready, we'll move on. Alright, first the basics. To enable master mode programming, you first need to press push button 6 to box the program legend. The numbers reappear next to already selected displays. Now press push button 7 once to select the air-to-air programming mode. Air-to-air legend appeared just below the master mode, and you are now ready to assign one of the 3 pre-selected displays on the left MPD to the air-to-air master mode. This means that each time you select this mode, that one particular page will always show up on the left MPD. Go ahead and choose air-to-air radar with push button 15. Very good. Air-to-air appeared next to the number 2 in the middle of the screen. On to the next mode. Press push button 7 again. Air-to-ground is now displayed, and this is the master mode we will be programming now. Choose TSD with push button 5. Good. Air-to-ground is now also visible next to number 3 in the middle of the screen. Finally, time for the nav master mode. Press push button 7 once more. Nav appeared below the master mode legend. Let's assign HSI to it by pressing push button 3. Now exit the programming mode by pressing push button 6. Program will become unboxed. Very good. Now we'll repeat the process for the right MPD. Box the program legend there. Good. Now enable master mode programming by pushing push button 7. Air-to-air master mode appears, but you're free to switch between the modes as you see fit. Press push button 7 again to enable air-to-ground first. Now select air-to-ground radar. Press push button 7 to choose nav master mode. Assign tactical situation display to nav. Select air-to-air master mode by pressing push button 7 again. It looks like we deselected master mode programming as we cycled through all 3 modes. Press push button 7 once more. We will assign the armament page to air-to-air on this MPD. We're done with the right display. Deselect the program. Finally, let's move to the MPCD. Again, box the program legend by pressing push button 6. Now enable master mode programming. For the air-to-air, we'll want to assign the 2s. Press push button 7 again to select air-to-ground. Just like with the basic MPD programming, you're not confined to menu 1. Let's assign air-to-ground delivery displays from menu 2. Select push button 11 to enter it. Now press push button 2 to program air-to-ground delivery under air-to-ground master mode. Press push button 7 to switch to nav master mode. Return to menu 1 by pressing push button 11. This is menu 3. You can easily tell where you are by looking at the legend next to push button 11, which now says M. And if the legend says M, that means you're in menu 3. If it says M2, you're in menu 1. And if it says M3, you're in menu 2. Very intuitive. Really? You think so? Okay, but in fact, actually it is. The legend shows you which menu you will enter upon pushing push button 11, which means you should do it once again to enter menu 1. Let's assign ADI to nav master mode. Press push button 1. Deselect programming with push button 6. Okay, on to the grand finale. Time to reap the fruit of all the hard work of pressing those push buttons. Go ahead and select the air-to-ground master mode. And lo and behold, with one push of a button, you have all 3 displays showing pages which you have programmed. It pays off to spend some time on the ground to set them up because it saves precious seconds later in the air, when things are happening a lot faster. Choose the nav master mode. You now have the HSI on the left display, TSD on the right, and ADI on the MPCD. The icing on the cake is that you're still able to normally scroll through the display contents using short presses of the castle switch left, right, and aft. Try it now. Okay, enough of that. Now select the air-to-air master mode. You're back to the pre-programmed view again. Okay, that more or less covers the general MPD/MPCD knowledge, and concludes this lesson.
That's pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie, that's fire as fuck.
Alright, welcome to this training mission. Please wait for everything to load correctly. This time, we will look at the radios in the F15E Strike Eagle and how to use them properly. I assume by now you've read the relevant parts of the manual, so we won't be talking about the capabilities of the radios or their frequency ranges. Now, before we proceed, I also strongly suggest that you map the HOTUS mic forward and the HOTUS mic aft switches. These will be used to transmit and receive on the pry, left radio in the forward position, and the aux, right radio.
Use the very top one.
The aft position. Let me know when you have that done.
To transmit and receive on the PR left radio in the forward position.
Alright, first thing first. Turning on the radios. The status of the radios is displayed next to push button 5 and 6. You should currently see an off indication there.
Yeah.
There are several ways to turn on the radios. By using the radio submenu push button 1, by inputting a preset channel, introducing a manual frequency, or, and this is really the easiest one, by simply pushing both channel select knobs. Do this now. With power applied to the radios, you can see asterisks before channel numbers next to the knobs you just pushed. Manual frequencies are now displayed above them next to push buttons 5 and 6. You can use each radio either in the preset channel mode or the manual frequency mode. The asterisk indicates which mode is currently active. To switch between them, you have to use the GREC CM buttons on the UFC. Each press of the button moves the asterisk between manual and preset frequencies. Go ahead and press the left GREC button to switch to manual frequency on the left radio. asterisk has jumped and now the left radio, which we call pry, is working in the manual frequency mode. Press the left grec button again to return to the preset channel mode. Turning the channel selector knob is the easiest way to jump from one channel to another, especially if they're close, as an example going from channel 1 to channel 3. Now use the left knob and switch to channel 5 on UHF to tune to the ATIS station.
Runway in use 28. Expect visual approach.
Good. You can increase and decrease the volume using the smaller volume knob. Go ahead and completely silence the ATIS for the time being.
Time 0355.
Another handy way of switching between channels is entering the desired number on the scratch pad and then pressing the respective channel selector knob. Let's switch to channel 10 on aux, so the right radio, press 1 on the UFC. Now press 0. And push the right channel knob. You should now hear distant radio comms for air-to-air refueling operations. Good. There will be moments during the missions when you will be called to switch to a frequency which was not pre-programmed on the ground and requires a manual input. Actually, it will happen quite often knowing Baltic Dragon. All the time, really. To enter a manual frequency, simply type it on the UFC. The decimals are not required. And press push button 5 for the left radio or 6 for the right one. Let's try with the simple 251 for the aux radio. Press 2 on the UFC, followed by 5, and then, you guessed it, 1. And now, press push button 6. To be able to transmit and receive on the manual frequency, we should first enable it by pushing the right grec button. Do it now. Hey, it's Wags. Anyway, let's continue with the lesson. For now, turn down the volume on the aux radio. Now, take a look at the bottom line on the UFC display. You should see the previous frequency sitting right in the middle of that line. This is a very neat feature allowing you to quickly jump back to whatever channel or frequency you had before by simply pressing push button 6 again. Do that now. One more thing we should cover is the guard monitoring frequency. The military air distress frequency is 243.0, and the Strike Eagle is capable of monitoring it in the background irrespective of what channel or frequency it is currently using. In order to enable guard monitoring, you have to first press the shift button on the UFC, and then press the grec button for the radio you want to monitor guard on. Let's use the left one. Press shift, and left grec. Letter G should now be shown behind the frequency in the 4th line on the UFC display. This means that the pry is now monitoring guard. Crank up the volume a little bit, please.
Shotgun flight, acknowledge line.
Can you clarify the target?
North, 315817, east, 41265. Target is open field west of the hamlet.
Still not clear on the target. All I see is a field. There is nothing in the field.
I need a bomb in the field, now.
Where in the field? What quadrant?
Anywhere in the field you want. Go ahead. Just need a bomb in the field ASAP. You're cleared hot. Come on in.
What's in the field? Troops in the open?
Yes, sir. Troops in the open. Yeah, we're in contact with the whole division of Al-Qaeda. Cleared hot.
I don't see any troops on my flare.
Shotgun, do you have the field west of the village, south of the tree line, voted by a north-south route to the west?
Affirm.
Roger. Shotgun, bomb that field with any weapon and any delivery. You're cleared hot.
Roger. War Eagle, what crop is in the field?
Sir, just bomb that fucking field now.
Hey, soldier, watch the language on the radio. Do you know who this is?
Sorry, sir. It's a soybean field.
Shotgun flight, this is Colonel Johnson of the 2nd Battalion, 144th Regiment, 56th Infantry Brigade Combat Team of the 36th Infantry Division. If you fast movers can put a weapon on the field we've requested, do it.
Roger, sir.
Much obliged.
Shotgun 2-1 is engaging.
Shotgun 2-1, cleared hot. Good, sir.
Roger. Bomb impact assessment, please.
100 over 100, sir. Great job.
Shotgun 2-1 copies. Ready for another tasking.
No further tasking, Shotgun. Clear to depart.
Whatever. To disable guard monitoring, follow exactly the same procedure. One last thing we should cover briefly is the dedicated radio menu. They are different for both radios, but for now there is only one important thing you should learn, and that is for the aux. To enter the radio submenu, the scratch pad needs to be clean. Just to be on the safe side, press the clear button twice. Chances are that everything went black on the UFC, so press the menu button once to bring it back. Now press push button 6 to enter the aux radio submenu. You can check what most of the options do, or don't do, in the manual. Frankly, most of them don't do anything important, but one important feature here is the ability to switch from the alpha mic frequency to the Fox mic frequency. To do this, press the push button 9 where it says Man AM. It should now say Man-FM. We'll now type in the frequency, and remember that for aux in FM mode, you need to use the decibels. Press 3. Now press 1. Decimal. 2. And press push button 6 to introduce the manual FM frequency. Good. Crank up the volume a little bit, please. That sounds good. Alright, that concludes this training lesson. Well done. Oh, and remember, proper radio discipline is super important if you want to try any of the Baltic Dragon campaigns. Same is true for the upcoming Strike Eagle campaign.
Uh-oh.
Welcome to this training mission, in which we will talk about the basics of navigation in the F15E. As always, please wait for everything to load properly.
Oh shit.
I pause the sim so that we can go through all the basic concepts. When we finish, I'll unpause and let you fly the jet. First order of business is to set up your displays. Bring up the ADI on your left MPD by pressing push button 11 to enter the menu. And then push button 1. On the right MPD, set up your HSI by pressing push button 11. Followed by push button 3. The tactical situation display is already displayed on the MPCD. Alright, now switch to the Nav Master mode. Let's start with the Tactical Situation Display, or TSD, on the MPCD. As the name implies, it's very useful for showing you your exact position on the moving map and displaying the current flight plan. Your aircraft is marked with a cross, and you will notice that there are different shapes for the steer points, which we will cover in more detail in a separate lesson. The ADI, or the Attitude Director Indicator on the left MPD, is your artificial horizon, which also duplicates some of the data shown on your HUD, like the heading scale and the command bug at the top. The Horizontal Situation Indicator, or HSI, on the right MPD, is the main display used for navigation. It also allows the aircrew to switch between different steering modes, most of which are also coupled with the autopilot, a matter to be discussed in greater detail in other lessons. In this sortie, we will focus on the nav steering mode, which is selected by pressing push button 10. Just above it, you can see the nav data block, which displays your currently selected steer point, bearing and distance to it in nautical miles, as well as time to go marked with an E, or estimated time of arrival marked with A. The currently selected steer point, 1 alpha in this case, is visible on the screen provided that it is within the display range shown between PB16 and 17. Our nav data block tells us that steer point 1A is 57 nautical miles away, so we need to increase the range by pressing PB16. Do it now. Note that only the selected steer point is shown on the HSI, and there's no way to view a full sequence of points here, unlike on the TSD. However, it is possible to simultaneously have both the current steer point and TACAN station displayed on the screen. To turn on the TACAN, have a look at the UFC. Our TACAN is currently set to off, which is indicated by the legend next to menu button 2. Let's tune it to Katasi by typing 44 into the scratch pad. Press 4. And 4 once again. Good, now press menu button 2. The TACAN symbol should have appeared on the HSI about your 1 o'clock. Okay, time to learn how to change the steer points. Unlike many other aircraft, there is no HOTUS button that can switch between them. Instead, you'll have to use the UFC or rely on the auto sequencing mode, which we will cover in a moment. The currently selected steer point is displayed next to menu button 10. In order to change it, simply type the number of the new steer point on the UFC. In this case, press 2. Well done. Now enter it by pushing menu button 10. Steer point number 2 is now visible on the HSI, or rather, would be visible, but the range scale is set too high and it sits on top of the TACAN symbol. Press push button 17 3 times to bring the scale down all the way to 10 nautical miles. Good. Now you should see 2 arrows on the outside of the compass rose. The one with the line in the middle is your TACAN bearing pointer. The other one, sitting on top of the 2 squares, is the nav bearing pointer. The squares are your command heading marker, which in the nav mode is aligned with the steer point, with bearing shown next to the command heading legend. In other steering modes, command heading can be moved around using push buttons 1 and 2, or by using the UFC keyboard to type the desired value. Another important feature is the automatic sequencing option. When boxed, it will cause the steer point to switch to the next one as soon as the aircraft passes over it or crosses the 3-9 line within 2 nautical miles of it. Let's see how it works in practice. In a moment, I'll unpause the sim. We'll fly towards the TACAN station, but without selecting it as our nav source. In other words, keep the nav mode boxed. Ready? Okay, turn towards the TACAN. Disregard steering cues on the HUD, and keep the TACAN bearing pointer on the lubber line on the HSI. As sequence point 2 is less than 2 miles away from the station, it should automatically change once you cross its 3-9 line without having to pass directly overhead. Okay, we have switched to sequence point 3. Now have a look at the TSD. You'll note that it's marked with a square and not with a circle, as was the case with previous points. That's because waypoint 4 is a target point, indicated by a triangle, which makes the waypoint immediately before it an ingress point, denoted by a square. Last thing I want to cover in this introduction is selecting target points as your current steer point. Target points are denoted by a number, followed by a dot, and this is what you have to type on the UFC keyboard. Press 4, followed by a dot, and now push menu button 10. Good. I know I said this will be the last thing, but let's have a quick look at the UFC options before we finish. You're now looking at menu 1, but the most important ones for navigation are data 1 and data 2, accessed using the, you guessed it, data button. Press it once. This is the data 1 menu, which provides you with a lot of interesting information and options. The first one is the distance and bearing to the currently selected sequence point, mirroring the information displayed in the nav block on the HUD and the HSI. Next is your estimated time of arrival, which you can easily change in estimated time en route by pressing menu button 2. Try it now. The third is the option to display true airspeed on the HUD below the indicated airspeed. Turn it on now. You can also choose to show the ground speed instead, which is probably more useful, by pushing menu button 4. Try it now. As you can see, you cannot display both the true airspeed and the ground speed at the same time. You can have either one of the two, or none. Moving on, current wind speed and direction is displayed next to menu button 7. Above it, you can see the Zulu time. Moving up is your radar altitude. Pressing menu button 9 allows you to display it on the HUD. Do it now. Finally, the currently selected steer point. When you press it, you'll enter a sequence point submenu. What are you waiting for? This submenu offers you detailed information about the current and any other sequence points you choose. It also allows you to add new sequence points, change existing ones, and even go deeper and open several other submenus, which we'll cover in a separate lesson. And that's it for today. We really only scratched the surface of all you need to know about navigation in this lesson, but it should be enough to get you going, especially if you have a competent Wizzo in the back seat guiding you along. Welcome to this training mission, in which we will talk about the basics of the air-to-air radar in the F-15 Strike Eagle. Please wait for the mission to load properly. I'm not going to waste your time with a technical description for all of the data on the AN/APG-70 radar and its capabilities. You can find all that in the manual. Instead, let's jump directly into the jet and learn the most important aspects of the radar in the air-to-air mode. You can see that the air-to-air radar screen is already displayed on the left MPD. You should also see two contacts, likely denoted by a triangle, at roughly 40 and 25 nautical miles respectively off your nose. You can easily tell the distance to a contact at a glance by referencing the currently selected radar scale, in this case 80 miles, as indicated by the number in the top right corner and the horizontal lines on the display. Each of them equals a quarter of the selected scale. Therefore, for 80 miles, they'll show 20, 40, and 60 miles respectively, going from the bottom to the top. To change the scale, you'll use the TDC controller on your throttle, which allows you to move the target acquisition symbol currently sitting in the middle of the screen. However, to be able to do that, you have to first take command of your radar. Do it now. By pressing and holding the castle switch left. Good. You are now in command. To increase or decrease the range, simply move the acquisition symbol to the top or the bottom edge of the screen. Please try it now and let me know when you set the scale to 20 nautical miles.
Ezra. Yeah.
You should now see a small arrow at the very top of the display indicating that one of the contacts detected by the radar is outside the currently selected scale. As you move the acquisition symbol around the screen, there are several moving parts we should have a closer look at. In the top left, the two changing numbers are bearing in range in nautical miles from your aircraft to the location of the acquisition symbol. The two hollow dots along the left side of the screen are called the radar beam altitude coverage circles and show the maximum and minimum altitude that the radar beam is covering with the current settings. The digital readout of these altitudes is constantly shown next to the acquisition symbol. You will notice that the further away you move the acquisition symbol from your jet, the higher the coverage, and vice versa. But while the distance is an important factor here, there are at least two other things that play an even greater role, which are the number of bars and elevation of the antenna. The number of bars can be set to 1, 2, 4, 6, or 8 using push button 2. As you increase this number, you'll notice that the antenna elevation scale, the two hollow dots, get further away from one another, thus allowing for greater vertical coverage. The downside, however, is it takes longer for the radar to complete a full sweep. Antenna elevation can be changed using the wheel on the throttle. Move it up and down and see how the values for minimum and maximum coverage change. The green elevation caret on the left side of the screen shows the angle at which the antenna is currently pointing. Go ahead and play with the elevation and number of bars for a while.
Antenna elevation we change using the wheel and throttle. This one? Antenna elevation, okay. Go over here. Axis. Antenna elevation. Why didn't it let me do it? Huh.
We have talked about the vertical coverage. Now let's have a quick look at how wide the normal beam is. In normal mode, it covers 120 degrees in front of the aircraft, but it's possible to narrow it down to 60 degrees using a method called azimuth bumping. To azimuth bump, simply move the acquisition symbol to the left or the right edge of the screen. You'll notice that the two dots at the bottom of the display are closer and can be moved left and right using the TDC. Note that it only works in SRM and MRM modes. Finally, to return to full 120 degree scan, move the TDC once again to the left or right edge of the screen. Take a moment to play with those options. Alright, now set the full coverage, bars to 4, elevation to 0, and scale to 80. Let me know when you're ready to move on.
Bars to 4. 4. That's fine. Go to 80. Elevation to 0. 4. Elevation to 0.
You should again see two contacts on the screen at roughly 25 and 40 miles. Go ahead and place the acquisition symbol above the one closer to your aircraft. Number 19 should appear next to the contact, indicating its altitude. If you do the same for the one further away, it should show 31 or so. You'll also notice that both contacts become brighter on certain sweeps of the radar and stay dark for others. They will light up only when painted by the beam, as it sweeps through a bar corresponding to their altitude. If the bar is too low or too high, they'll remain dark. The number of frames dark contact
No.
remain on the screen can be changed using push button 3. Go ahead and see how it works.
Okay.
The last important setting is the pulse repetition frequency, or PRF, which can be set to high, medium, or interleaved by pressing push button 6. In the simplest possible terms, the high PRF is mainly used for seeing hot, nose-on contacts, whereas medium is best for seeing maneuvering targets or targets that are not nose-on. Interleaved constantly alternates between the two. Okay, time to lock one of those targets and enter the single target track or STT mode. To do so, move the acquisition symbol over the desired contact and short press the TDC. The radar will enter a mini raster mode, and if it scores enough hits on the target, it acquires a lock.
And now it's time to lock one of the targets and enter the single target track or STC. Do so. Over desired contact and short press the TDC. TDC. It's gonna be this. Okay. I think the bank was it pay. It was PayPal. I hope it didn't put it on the fucking card. I think it was on the credit one. Oh, did you? It's gonna be my TDC press. What do you mean? Oh.
Let me know when you've achieved that. Several new symbols should now be visible on the radar screen and on the HUD. Starting with the HUD, you should see the target designation box at the location of the locked target. To the right, you have a range scale with lots of weird symbols you don't have to worry about at this stage, as we'll cover them on some other day. The changing number on the left side of the scale is the closure, or BC rate. The target's altitude and digital range are displayed to the right. Similar information can be found on the radar screen. The target is denoted as a star with a heading vector or a flake symbol if it's trying to jam the radar. Its altitude is displayed at the left edge of the display, and closure rate and range scale are shown along its right edge. Now, to drop the lock, simply depress the automatic acquisition switch. Do it now.
So, could actually, what I'd do is that, and then do depress on that. Number clock. Did that right? Yeah.
Very good. Okay, the last thing will be a little practice in using the radar settings to find and lock a helicopter that's circling at 5,000 feet over the water, around 15 nautical miles away from us. Set the bars to 4, scale to 20, and PRF to medium, and position the antenna to cover the minimum altitude of 2,000 feet. Can you see the radar signature of the helo? No? And no wonder. The helicopter is a slow-moving target, and as such is difficult to pick up by the radar. But don't worry. As the smart people over at Raytheon added the option called GMTR, or Ground Moving Target Rejection, to help us in situations just like this one. What does it do? It allows the aircrew to make the radar more sensitive to slow-moving targets, with the downside of allowing more ground clutter and false targets appearing on the screen. The GMTR setting can be changed by using push button 4. Press it 3 times to set the GMTR to low. If the elevation is set correctly, you should start seeing some returns. If you move the acquisition symbol, you'll see their altitude, some of them at -1, 0, or 1. You should ignore them as ground clutter and continue searching ahead of you for one flying at 4,000 to 5,000 feet. Feel free to decrease the number of bars and closely watch the digital altitude readout. Your goal now is to lock that helo. Let me know when you've done this. No joy? Don't worry. During a normal mission, you'll be rowing the boat while your Wizzo's back there shooting the ducks. He'll be doing the magic of finding the needle in the haystack. But you get the idea. this training mission, we will be covering the basics of using the F15E Strike Eagle's radar capabilities in the air-to-ground mode. As usual, sit back and relax while everything loads properly. The air-to-ground radar is a very powerful tool which you can use for building situational awareness, getting accurate representation of the target area at long distances, marking points of interest, designating targets, updating your INS, and more. Don't expect to learn all of it during this mission. Today we're only covering the basics. The first thing to do is to bring up the air-to-ground radar on one of the MPDs. Please note that it's not possible to use it on the MPCD. Enter the air-to-ground radar page on the left MPD and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Good. Now take command of your radar, long pressing the castle switch left. Okay, the radar is now working, painting the picture of the terrain ahead of you. You can also see the range rings, though this time they're curved, so this is different than our air-to-air radar. First thing I want you to do is to increase the range using push button 14. You should see sequence points from your current flight plan superimposed over the radar screen. You can turn them off using the declutter option available via push button 2. Go ahead and do that now. Good. Now bring them back in again. You can instantly move the cursor between the sequence points using push button 17 or by pulling coolie switch up short. Please use the coolie switch to cycle through all the available sequence points, which means only those that are within the radar field of view. You will notice that doing so slews the cursor to the currently selected sequence point and then, after the last available point, switches it back over to the center of the screen. You can also freely move the cursor around the display using the TDC. As you do this, you'll notice several things happening on the screen. Numbers in the top left corner are azimuth and range to the cursor position. This is different than the air-to-air radar mode, where an actual compass bearing from the nose is shown. The ALT legend below gives you the minimum and maximum altitude covered by the beam with the given antenna position. Elevation can be changed using the wheel and the throttle, and it has a huge impact on what you will see on the screen. ALT is typically only used or needed for detecting weather. As an example, place the cursor over waypoint 3 and raise the antenna. The caret on the elevation scale will start moving up, and as the minimum and maximum coverage altitude increase, you'll start seeing less and less of a map until nothing more is displayed, because the beam is now looking above even the highest terrain features. Now move the antenna all the way down. You'll first see the full radar map, but will soon start shrinking closer and closer to your aircraft as the antenna paints the area nearer to you until it's looking almost directly down. Remember that you can easily check what is the min and max coverage in any part of the screen by moving the cursor there and checking the ALT reading. Okay, time to move to a different ground radar mode. You currently are in RBM, or Real Beam Map mode, as indicated by the legend above push button 6. The RBM provides low resolution ground mapping and weather detection capability. Press the push button to move to the next mode. GMT is the ground moving target mode, which displays moving targets on the radar screen as crosses. Note that it can also be interleaved with the RBM, which we will cover in a different lesson. Press the push button 6. HRM is a high-resolution map, and this is where the air-to-ground radar really shines. This mode allows you to build pretty accurate pictures of a small area at large distances and fully deserves a separate lesson. So for the time being, let's move on. Press push button 6. PVU stands for Precision Velocity Update Mode, and it's a very useful function to quickly and accurately update the INS or the mission navigator velocities, which in turn is important for building good quality, high resolution maps. Obviously we couldn't use it now since the sim's paused and we're not moving, but the process itself is pretty straightforward. Okay, press the push button 6 once more to return to RBM mode, and we'll move on to cover another important topic, which are the different cursor functions. These can be changed using push button 7, and the default one here is map. It is part of the HRM functionality and will be covered elsewhere. Suffice to say, this option allows you to build an HRM patch map of a certain area covering between 80 and less than 1 nautical mile. The size of the patch is chosen using push button 8. Press push button 7 now and we'll move on. Position update cursor function is used when the aircrew needs to perform a position update to either the MN mission navigator or the INS from the real beam map. Press push button 7 again. Using the target cursor function, the aircrew can designate any point on the real beam map or high resolution map for weapons delivery. To do so, simply press the TDC at the location of your choosing. You'll see a triangle with a line extending from it and a designate legend below. We'll cover target designation in detail in another lesson. Press push button 7 once more. The Q cursor function directs or commands a sensor, such as a lantern, to a selected point on the radar display. Press the push button 7 one last time. Finally, the mark cursor function will let the aircrew place mark points on the radar map for future reference. You can have a maximum of 10 mark points, and each new one above 10 will overwrite the first one. Go ahead and place a few by pressing the TDC. A small triangle with a number will appear. You can display a maximum of 5 mark points at a time. Let me know when you're ready to move on. Okay, push button 9 allows the aircrew to choose the desired antenna azimuth scan. In full mode, the radar covers 100 degrees in front of the jet, but this can be changed to half, 50 degrees, or quarter, 25 degrees. Press push button 9 once. You are now in the 50-degree scan, and you should see that the area covered by the radar has changed. You can position the scan on the cursor by moving the cursor to another part of the screen. As soon as it stops moving, the area around it will be scanned by the radar. Alright, I'll unpause the mission and let you digest all the new things we just covered. And don't worry, because most of the time your whistle will be doing all that work while you focus on keeping the jet steady for him. Which reminds me that we should cover the autopilot modes pretty soon.
Yeah. What? Okay. Hold. Oh, the fish just decided, hey, I'm gonna flip.
Welcome back. This training mission will serve as a basic introduction to using the PAX, or the Programmable Armament Control Set, in the air-to-air mode. Please wait for everything to load properly. The PAX is your main tool when it comes to setting up and monitoring your weapons. While it obviously shines in the air-to-ground domain, it also has its uses in the air-to-air arena. Alright, without further ado, let's jump straight into it. The air-to-air master mode is set by default, so we can move to the PAX. Press push button 11 on the left NPD to enter the menu page. And now press push button 2 marked ARMT. Don't ask me why it's named ARMT instead of PAX here. I don't know. We are now in the main menu, where you can choose to go to dedicated air-to-air or air-to-ground, training, or jettison pages. We'll skip the load page in this lesson and focus on the main AA PAX display. Press push button 2 to access it. In the center of the screen, you can see the outline of your jet with all the available stations and information on what is loaded on each of them and what is the status of each missile. As you can see for this sortie, we have one type of each missile that the Strike Eagle can carry loaded on the jet. Now, before we move further, one very important thing for air-to-air combat is the weapon select switch position. It can either be in the gun SMR short-range missile or MRM medium-range missile position. And this setting dictates which weapons are ready to be used and what symbology is shown on the HUD. Go ahead and make sure the MRM is selected.
Hey, hush. What do I do with this? Anything else I could just use? Could use good. No. Use these.
This places medium-range missiles in launch priority. You should see that the AIM-120 Charlie on Station 7 Charlie is now boxed. Mind you that newer versions of the 120 Charlie will be marked with a V on the display. To switch between the active missiles, short press forward the boat switch on the throttle. As you reject one missile and move to another, have a look at the HUD. The legend in the bottom left window changes, showing you the type and number of available weapons of each kind. Now switch to SRM by moving the weapon mode switch to the center position. Hear that characteristic growl of the Sidewinder in Station 8 Bravo is energized by default. Again, you can change the currently selected missile while pressing the boat switch forward. You'll notice a different legend displayed on the HUD for each one. Finally, the guns mode is selected by placing the weapons mode switch.
Watch this. I did this real quick. Ah. And no, that wasn't. What did it say for? Weapon knob on your volume panel. It could be down there. BRT. I'm gonna look for. Boom. Yeah. the fuck's the knob at, though? Right there. Found it. Having internet problems. Go figure.
This causes the radar to switch into the guns mode and brings up the gun funnel on the hood. Let me unpause the mission so you can take a few turns to better see it. Okay, enough fun. Now return to the air-to-air packs page and make sure the MRM is selected.
What happened?
Back to work into our packs display. Let's have a quick run through all the push buttons and their functions.
Uh-oh.
Push button 1 allows to switch between the high and low gun firing rate. In the high setting, it'll shoot 6,000 rounds per minute. In the low, it's a lousy 4,000 rounds, only 66 per second. The low will normally be used against a ground target, so stick to the high for the air-to-air combat. Push button 2 and 3 let you select target size and radar cross-section, but I wouldn't worry about it too much in this sim. Push button 4 is the flight member identification and is used for deconfliction with your wingman. All members of the flight select their respective position. On a solo flight, you'd choose 1-1. If you're number 2 in a 2 ship, you'd select 2-2. And if you're number 2 in a 4 ship, you choose 2-4, and so on. Push button 5 is used for running a built-in test for individual AIM-120 missiles. They all automatically undergo this procedure once power is applied to the jet, but the bit can also be manually initiated for each AMRAAM separately. Okay, the last thing we need to cover here is the training mode. Return to PAC's main menu by pressing push button 11. As you can see, the training modes are visible next to the push buttons 14 and 15. By boxing one of them, or both, you enable the respective training mode. That means that you can stay in combat mode for air-to-ground, but training for air-to-air, for instance. Go ahead and box the air-to-air training.
This bitch froze up. At least this hood did. Okay, here's my landing mission. Oh, man.
Alright, time to learn how to put this baby down in one piece. There will be lots of moving parts in this mission and much less time to ponder them. Therefore, it's a good thing that we're starting in a simulator. I have paused this lesson in order to go through all the steps while you are not actually flying the jet. Once I'm confident you know what should be done and in what order, I will unpause and let you try to land. I have changed the position of some of the switches so that you're actually going to have to flip them as part of the descent checklist. You know, it's good to start that muscle memory process early. You may be wondering about setting up the displays for landing, and there is no rule. It all comes down to personal preferences, but it's a good idea to have the ADI and the HSI up. Also, you might want to set up the TACAN to monitor and back up the approach. Okay, first thing is the descent check, done in both cockpits. In the front seat, you'll need to check the following knobs and switches. Set the master arm switch to safe. Check the altimeter setting. In this case, we have a standard 2992, so all is good. Check that the terrain following radar power switch is set to the standby or off position. Set the pitot heat and the engine heat switches as required. Again, we don't need them during this approach, so make sure they're set to off. And finally, the external lights. Position lights to desired brightness, let's say 4.
Oh.
Anti-collision lights on. In the back, your Wizzo would make sure that the CMD knob and the targeting pod switch are both in standby. Alright, descent checklist complete. In a moment, I'll unpause the lesson, but before I do, Let me quickly guide you through all the steps. You will descend to 1,600 feet AGL and keep 300 knots indicated, flying directly over the runway. Once you pass the middle of the runway, turn left, reducing throttle to idle. Do not descend during the turn. Stay at 1,600 feet AGL. Your goal now is to roll out on the reciprocal heading to the runway and putting it somewhere between the missile rail on the wing and the wingtip once you complete the 180-degree turn. As your airspeed drops to 250 knots indicated, lower your landing gear and flaps. Once you are flying parallel to the runway at the reciprocal heading on the downwind leg, you will perform the landing checklist. This will consist of checking that the landing gear is down and locked, checking that your flaps are down, checking that the hydraulic gauges are in the green, checking that your landing light is on, checking that the anti-skid is in the normal position, checking that the parking brake is set to off. After you finish all of this, it will be about time for the base turn. 45 degrees behind your left wing and your speed to drop below 200 knots indicated. You will push the nose down between 5 and 10 degrees and hold the AOA between 20 and 25 while turning to final. When you roll out on final, the goal is to keep the AOA between 20 and 22 all the way to the flare. Except with such AOA, there really is no flare. Just pull power and add speed brake as you cross the underrun. You have it all listed in your knee board if you want to go through it once again. Let me know when you're ready to unpause the sim.
Okay, let's go. Land this bitch.
Okay, descend to 1,600 feet AGL and keep 300 knots. Align yourself with the runway, magnetic heading of 119. You're a little low. Reduce your speed. You're too low. You're too high. Going too fast. Damn, I feel like an LSO. All you were asked to do is to fly level and with a constant airspeed. Okay, get ready for that left-hand turn. 3, 2, 1, now. Throttle idle. Keep the altitude. You want to have the wingtip on the runway after you roll out. Gear and flaps down. Wings level at a heading of 299. If you've done it correctly, your left wingtip should be touching the runway. Before landing checklist, landing gear down, flaps down, hydraulic pressure green, landing light on, anti-skid normal, parking brake off. Commence the base turn, nose 5 to 10 degrees down, AOA between 20 and 25. Switch your scan between AOA and the runway. Try to roll out on the center line.
Low altitude. Low altitude.
Oh my god.
Okay, on final, now keep the AOA at 20 to 22 degrees. Extend your speed brake and pull power, keep the AOA, do not flare too much. You've touched down. Keep the nose at 12 degrees for best aerodynamic braking. Once all three wheels are on the ground, engage the wheel brakes.
Come on. Come on. Ah! Oh, man. Refuel practice? What?
Okay, today we're just requalifying on the tanker. You should be out there ahead of you somewhere, TACAN 35 X-ray. Get some gas to pass the requal, and head back to Sakumi.
I don't understand what's up. Why is my...
1, we're topped off.
back onto patrol. Charlie flight switching back to top cover freak.
Alright, you're up. Let's do this.
Texaco 1-1. Ford 5-1. Request rejoin.
Ford 5-1. Texaco 1-1. Proceed to pre-contact at 22,000 at 300.
Ready pre-contact.
Return pre-contact.
I don't even know where my fuel alarm is, bro.
Ready pre-contact.
Return pre-contact.
The fuck's my fuel alarm?
Watch your profanity.
Ready, recontact.
Hey, what's up, Calvin? Oh shit. Pay attention to what you're doing. Trying to air refuel this F15. He's getting away from me. Catch back up. Oh, so it's at my wing? Oh shit. A bunch of shit moving. Alright. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Ah! Ah!
Pushing from waypoint 1 to 22,000.
My fucking wing's gone. Oops! I'm sorry, bud! Didn't mean to! What you doing? Try this shit again. I don't even know how to do my autopilot, bro. They expect me to fucking fuel this bitch. Okay, he's doing 310. Alright, so I gotta stay around 310.
Okay, today we're just requalifying on the tanker. You should be out there ahead of you somewhere, TACAN 35 X-ray. Get some gas to pass the requal, and head back to Sakumi.
Man, ranked on my Smurf. Man, you suck, bro. I always want to fucking play ranked. You never do. Where is my auto flight? Oh well.
321, we're topped off.
.340, I should catch them, no problem. He's running about 310. Yeah, 837, still dropping.
Cap fueling complete. Returning back onto patrol. Charlie flight switching back to top cover freak.
Alright, you're up. Let's do this.
Texaco 1-1. Ford 5-1. Request rejoin.
Ford 5-1. Texaco 1-1. Proceed to pre-contact at 22,000 at 300.
You said 22,000.
Ready, pre-contact.
Return pre-contact.
But you're in at 22,000 feet. Honestly, that's what I'm gonna need is air brakes. Not have air brakes? Might not. No. So I just gotta slow the fuck down. Need to fix that. Just controls. Axis. That's perfect. Not perfect. Noon. That's going to about 50. And then do that for 15. Alright, slow down. This is not gonna be easy. I already fucking know. You're fucking turning, bro. What? Watch it.
Ready, pre-contact.
Return free contact.
This is not fucking easy.
Ready, pre-contact.
Cleared contact.
Okay, clear contact. Alright. I'll start jumping. Oh, shit. But this is not easy. Come on. Ah! What the fuck? What?
Return pre-contact.
Dude, this is not fucking easy, bro. Down is up is down. Ugh. Oh, too fast. Airspeed should not be dropping. Well, I'm only at 205, 206, 207, 208, 209.